Right. Okay. Everyone lazy Ben. Right. Weeks, new week. Blasting through these weeks. The 11th of August to the 15th of August, week 24. No, 11th of August to the 15th of August, not the 24th. Alright, so goals. So what I've been working on stream is something for the content cache for the engine. Kind of rewriting it a little bit to work with a new kind of hot loading system that I'm writing. So we're going to work on that. Okay. Content cache and hot loader for the editor. That's basically all we're going to work on this week. We did do all that stuff last week. Okay. So we're working on this thing where we put all our asset types in a list somewhere. Wherever. Asset pairs, asset types here. And then for each asset type we make one of these, which is currently called hot loading asset desk. I might rename that because we're probably going to use it for a bunch of things, not just a hot loader. So we're going to call this just editor asset description, editor asset desk. And that will be fine. And what we do is we make a hot loading pair for every one of these assets. And a hot loading pair is just like n squared, this asset compared to this asset, and this asset compared to this asset. And it just makes a list of pairs of assets, all the different pairs of asset combinations there is. And what that means is the hot loader can then, you can write these things called hot reloads, which take a pair of assets, and the idea is that this needs to know about this being hot loaded, just been changed, and then you can do something with it. Okay, so what I might do to begin with is separate out. So I've got all this is in the content cache file. I might have an actual hot loader file as well. So let's make that. But actually, probably need this at the moment. Whoops, wrong button. Another wrong button. Okay, so this is our hot loader. And wherever we've made it, it doesn't appear. So we're building debug mono, exclude, and then in the build for the engine, put it in build one, include hot loader. All right. So we can just move this stuff over. Downside of doing it in a separate file is now all the asset types need to be included in a header file. Gonna sneeze. One minute. Alright, now let's see if it builds. What we might do, because this is going to be the thing that we implement for every single pair. So we might put these down at the bottom because these are going to get added to as we want to hot load more things. Okay, so run hot loader. So let's just make a hot loader. And then we just do g-hotloader.run path. Just do that for now. We want to end up here, basically, when we run this hot loader. So the content cache probably won't build anymore. Because there's no such thing as a hot loader. So all we want to do is we just want to go run hot loader with the path like that. So this has got to do more things. This has got to actually pass in. So either got to pass in, or the hot loader's got to call into the content cache to get the actual assets out. Which means we kind of need asset types to be, and here to be in, we need it really to be in the header file. But anyway, let's just see if this works. So if we change a sprite sheet, we want this breakpoint to fire. So let's just build it and run it and see. I want it to fire when we actually save the sprite sheet. And then the next step would be actually, so these will be like empty structures to begin with. The next step would be to fire this on real structures. So this should be the sprite sheet that's just been changed, and this should fire for every game board content that's loaded. That would be the next step. And to get this to work properly, that we need these to be exposed to the content cache, because the content cache needs to work on the same assets as the hot loader really. So it needs to get them from this list as well. And it needs to get the extensions. So it will have to be in a header file. The thing is, like, if the content cache is the only thing that includes the hot loader, it should be fine. It should fire just once as well. See if this pair thing is working, this hot loading pair, which is really just like a description structure. There's actually no data in that at all. Well, the breakpoint's not disappeared, which means that there is a code path to there, which is good. Just let the game do its thing. I haven't actually built the game on this computer for a while, so it might need a bit of time to prepare the assets and stuff. Right. Okay, so this is currently game board content, right? So if we open up the sprite, this is the sprite sheet, and I just like set you would move it and save it. Here we go. We end up here because the sprite sheet has just been saved. We should end up here once, which we do. Nice one. Okay, so the next step would be we probably need another header file, which is editor assets, editor asset types or something. So here we're what we're doing really is we are formalizing the asset types that the game engine editor can deal with now, which is good. Means we're kind of getting to the end of the process. The bit wielder, hey, how's it going? I'm doing all right, thank you. Just working on actual proper engine coding today. Editor assets, formalizing editor assets. Hope you're all right as well. So this needs to go in editor asset types, and then this needs to include editor asset types. Check that builds. Started a fight. You may not win, as usual. Yeah, that's very common. Yeah. Sounds interesting. Another 3D printer. Wow, cool. Nice. Yeah, I'm going through I'm having that same fight because I'm currently accumulating components for a new PC, which is obviously expensive. Nearly there though. I'm just waiting for a case and a power supply, and then I've got everything. Okay, so now the content cache. So this may almost entirely need to get rewritten, unfortunately. We'll use bits of it, like 1,380 lines of code. So what I might do is make a content cache 2. Well, before we do this, I'll check it builds. One more can't hurt. No, definitely not. Nice. Hey, if these are your hobbies, what's money for, really? Spending on your hobbies, surely. That should be what it's for, really. And food. Alright, so I'm going to check in. Because we're about to... We'll make a content cache 2. Which will eventually get turned into the main content cache. Eventually. Because I imagine that this is going to work entirely differently to the original content cache. Come on. There you go. Include content cache. CPP, where's that? Build 1. So we'll include content cache 2. CPP, build that. Hobbit might turn too busy. Yeah, I remember talking. Was it you I was talking to before? Can't remember. About starting a business. It was possibly. to do with fixing people's electronics. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, I hope that's going all right. Hope you're making progress. So this is content cache 2. So let's just look at what content cache has in it. So you can see there's a lot of replication, quest, cutscene, they're all the same. This is what we're going to tighten up now, because this is not really a great way to do it, I don't think. It means a lot of work if we add a new asset type. So, initialize and tick, definitely need that. Certain 3D printer stuff. Yeah, cool. Nice one. That's good. Doesn't have to be fast, does it? Does initialize really need to return a bool to start with? Probably not. So we'll change that. And this needs to include editor asset types. Game board content, undeclared identifier. Okay, so this actually does need to. Can we get away with forward declaring this? Don't know if you can. I don't think so because of this. We'll see. Okay, so what we need is basically a structure that is responsible for each of the editor types, the asset types, the editor asset types. So we're going to do like this, right? And what I might do is make a concept is asset type see if I've got that right way around. We do it in, it's just not requires, it's just is that. And then we can do that. And then what we want to do is for each of these asset types, Well, how do we want to do this? Okay, maybe not like this. Maybe we do struct editor asset type and make that templated. And then I'm just going to say using type equals, I could just say editor asset, use type asset type like that. And then if we look in the old content cache, let's get that up. We have stuff for each of them. We have a pool allocator. So we'll do this as well. For the type, 64 pool. Oops. And then we have this thing called path content, which holds a pointer to the content, which is templated. Okay, so what we want then is so this is really an editor asset type, really. Editor asset container. So we want struct, we want template is asset type, struct editor asset path or asset, and then what does this have in it? It has the content, it has the path, the ID, and the content. So this is really a weak pointer. All right, how's it going? Welcome back. And this has an editor asset for the asset type. It's actually an array of them. So we'll say using asset assets. So that's where they come from, and this is where they're stored. And now we need one of these for every asset type, basically. So yeah, it sounds really fun, Bitwielder. What type of stuff do you make? Or is it anything really? So we need to make one of these for every asset type. So these are all the asset types. So what we need is make asset containers. We'll just say asset types. Asset type tuple or whatever, and then we need size t eyes like this because we want to make one for each of the things in here. So this is standard index sequence. How does this work? Let's look at the hot loader does this. Alright, it's just like that. Like this. So that's going to make all the asset containers, right? And that just returns standard tuple of editor asset container. And what is it? Where are we? Standard make tuple. Editor asset container. Standard tuple element t. Eyes. Asset type tuple. See if that actually builds. That seems to be okay. So that'll make an asset container for everything in this tuple. So what we need now is template class asset type tuple static const expr auto make asset containers like this, which just returns make asset containers asset type tuple standard make. I'm going to make an index sequence of tuple standard tuple size of asset type tuple. Does that build? No. Looks like we just missed out one of the angle brackets. Okay, that builds. Replacement parts. Oh, nice one. Yeah, I'll check them out. Sleep on the filament spools. Nice. Okay. So this should make one of those. So let's just so we'll do struct editor asset containers. So we'll just do editor assets like this, and then this, well, we could say using containers equals the decal type of make asset containers, like that. We need to actually supply the tuple here, which is editor assets. Where is it? Edit, which is asset types. Oops. Maybe when I get a 3D printer, do I get the Neptune 4 Plus? Yeah, I've never thought about getting a 3D printer. I'm not a practical kind of person. Although I could be. Oops, that was the wrong one. Undefined sprite sheet. Okay. So we need to include game board content and include the sprite sheet editor. Okay, cool. So what this will do now is for every one of these asset types, so we could just add more asset types into here as we go, which we will need to because there's loads of different asset types for the engine. It will make one of these editor asset containers for it, which will have in its allocator and a place to store them. So we may as well we need one of these for each asset. So what we might do is we just might do containers. And then what we'll do is we'll just say editor assets. So that will actually make one of these containers for every single type of asset. And then we'll just run this and see if we get it. Elegoo Centuri carbon, $300. Yeah, nice. Yeah, I'm not sure why I would. Like I say, I'm not really a hands-on type, practical. I'd get all my creative energy out in coding, really. But I could, I could make some cool things for the house, maybe. That would be nice. My wife's really into stuff like that. She might be interested. Content cache 2. So what we need to do, really, we'll just go from the original. Well, we'll go from the original. We'll make one in the original content cache. So this is just going to be temporary, really. So we'll just go content cache 2 cc2. We could actually do it in the constructor, We'll just do that for now. Let's build that. I watch things on YouTube where like people build like entire Boeing 747 cockpits and they 3D print all the instruments and stuff. Like that's pretty cool. So we just need to see what type containers is. I'll just like let the NatViz let the debugger tell us. The NatViz should be able to tell us. If I just hover my mouse over it, if I've got the right types. So it should be create two, essentially. One for the game board content, one for the sprite sheet. So we've got two containers, yeah. One for game board content, one for sprite sheets. And there's nothing in them right now. Okay. So what we want to do is we want to do template is asset type, and then we want to do editor asset container. Well, we'll just say auto really. Get container for a particular asset type. It should probably be reference. So it'll be something like so we could make these, you know, it'd be nice to just get it. So right now, so we could it is a tuple, isn't it? So it'd be be nice to maybe do an indexable tuple. So this would be like indexable tuple of containers. Does that work? No. Well, do we need to do that though? So be something like turn standard. Well, what would it be? We maybe need, well, this, yeah, so we'll say enum size t count equals standard tuple size of containers. Let's just check we can build this. That's fine. So that's how many there are, right? So if we're wanting to do get based on type, you need to do get container standard the index sequence eyes, and then we just need to go through each of the eyes. So is it that type of thing? I do a very similar thing in the hot loader. It's this type of thing. I can never remember the syntax for it. So this is ooh. So this would be so there's no such thing as run there. It might need to be a runtime thing. Might need to do something a little bit more clever. Let's have a look. So you'd have to do something like for each type, or can we do return select type? The type is editor asset container asset type. The tuple is containers. And the types is, well, it's just containers. I think it's that. So I can do auto sprite sheets equals assets dot get container sprite sheet, and that gets the sprite sheets container. Just check that works. I don't think actually really that is a const exp thing now. Okay, so that's all the part. So that's our access in to doing things with this content cache, right? So what was the first thing we were going to do? So there's all these. There's find on ID, find on path, get, reload. So we kind of want all of this to be implemented. So basically what it does is it looks at all of the file types and then it calls get, which makes one of them. So that's what we need to do. On initialize. So to be fair, this can happen on here. We can have a constructor on here that does that. Do I really want to do that? I'll probably do that, you know. So this should get called a couple of times. But we have what type we're looking for now. So after we've done this line, this should call this a couple of times, one for each asset type, sprite sheet, and then game board content. So in here, we can actually populate these two things. So the pool and the assets. So we have an edit asset description here. So we're just going to go, we'll go editor asset desk of type is the desk, right? So we'll have one of those as well. Like this. So we basically need to load all of the files with the description extensions. So this is a TW recursive file iterator. So what we need is we actually need to, this needs a constructor in it that well, what do we want to do? We don't want to hit the disk multiple times. So what we need to do is we need to actually load all the file types in. So this needs to, really the files need to get passed in here. This is made here. So I think what we're going to do is not do it here. We're going to have struct editor asset files like this. And then we're going to have array asset paths. And this is going to do helpers. Is it helpers? How do we do this? How do we load the files into array? I've forgotten. File. No. Let's look at one of the compilers. Okay. So it's the W recursive file iterator into array paths. And the assets, this is the assets directory. So that will do this. And then what this needs then is static asset file paths. What is it? Editor asset file paths. File paths. Like that. And this now has access to them. Now we can say for auto or auto Let's just go auto view equals file paths get where so we could just say arg. We could say where path has extension arg.sprite sheet for now. So it needs to know about asset path. This is arg.path, I think. So we can actually this is to asset path arg dot get. This is arg dot get, I think. What is it? Asset path. What is an asset path? It's an asset path base. It's just dot path. Arg dot path. Okay, cool. Okay. This is in line. See if this builds. All right, cool. So what we have here then is just a view of all the file paths where they're equal to sprite sheet. Obviously that view has no good navvis at all, but it's not just sprite sheet. It's basically, it could be any extension in a list. So we want has any extension really. I may as well just do this. Has any extension. And this is standard span. Ext. And then we want to go for auto ext in exts. If has extension path ext, return true. So this is has any extension. So we go auto pred, it's that, and this is desk dot get ext, like that. Can't really do that. Is where a macro. Hey, mags. Where is a macro? Yeah, I'm just kind of trying it out. Where it does this. Not sure if it's gonna stay yet. What I think I might do is end up writing one of these myself, which works kind of exactly as I want it to work, but I haven't got there yet. So I'm just trying it out. So where might remain the same, but the actual implementation of where might not. Okay. So it didn't like that anyway. So is it looking for this? Maybe. It can't be that. So really, this needs to actually be the iterator. We can't really have that requirement. Quite like the idea of this is quite cool, this idea. Whoever thought of this, because it allows you to get like subsets of arrays without making a new array, which is quite nice. So you just have a view onto an array. So I'm going to spend a day just kind of like going through this, because it doesn't work exactly like I would like it to. Yeah, it's all right, innit? I would like to be able to do things like select first. So like select first where this condition is true and stuff like that. So it gives you the first one in the list that obeys the lambda, because this is just a lambda basically. So I might have a go at like doing stuff like that, but that's for a different time, because right now I'm just building this asset content cache thing. The goal is to have, so content cache in the engine is like for every type of asset that the editor can load, you make sure you want to load it once really, and then you want to do things like make sure that hot loads happen. So when you save this asset, other assets that reference that asset need to update. So I'm building that system out. It's in the engine already, but if I want to add a new asset type, it takes quite a lot of work. You know, and I realised that because I added a new asset type last week, and I was like, man, it takes quite a lot of work now. Now I need to make all the content cache use this asset, and now I need to make all of the hot reloader stuff aware of this asset. So I'm writing it. I'm going to rewrite it in a more generic way, which means that I can just control the asset types in here. So I can say like, this is a game board content and this has extensions. So these are files, the .room extension or the .prefab. This is a sprite sheet and it has extensions .sprite sheet, and then I'll have like sounds has extension .wav. And then in the hot loader, so basically if you just want to add a new asset type, you just add it to this list and then you make a description for it and that's it, and the whole engine knows about it. And then the hot loader can know about it as well. And the idea is you make these pairs. So the idea is the game board content wants to know when the sprite sheet has been updated, and then here you would actually write the code of like, well, I need to make sure that the game board content gets a new refreshed version of that sprite sheet from the content cache or whatever, which means that like when I update something, like when I draw something in Photoshop or Paint or whatever and I save it, it will get automatically updated throughout the editor in the engine as well, which currently does work. It's just not written in a way that's extendable enough for me. So yeah, I want to work through this and see how far I can get. So what this is doing is it's just saying like, this container works on a particular asset type. So we can just say, these are all the asset files on disk, and we're going to get where the path has one of these extensions. And we'll see if that works actually. And then we can like load them up with this allocator and then reference them in this list. So there's like a get container at the moment, which gives it all of the sprite sheets, but there will be like get individual sprite sheet by ID or by path. So then the rest of the editor can just use this. It can go content cache, get asset sprite sheet, this ID. Unfortunate thing is like this view, because this is a standard SDL thing, it doesn't have good NatVis. But it's not because it's an SDL thing. I think it would be quite difficult to make good NatVis for this. So I can actually look at what's in this view. I would have to go through it. So like for auto v in view. So it ends in .spritesheet. All these should end in .spritesheet. Okay, cool. So what I need to do then is just add an asset in. So I'm just going to make this private because I'm not sure if I'm going to be wanting to add assets in from the outside. Maybe we will, maybe not. So we're going to do void add asset file. We might want more things, like this might actually want to be an asset path. Because this has more than just a file name. This is like when it was last made, when it was last read and stuff. When it was last written to. Not when it was last read, when it was last written to. We might want in the future. So what I'm looking at here is this computer's running really slow at the moment. When you do want to add it, it's kind of different for each type of asset. For this dialog, it has to run the dialog generator. So what I might do is have to put in where you could specialize if you want how to add an asset. Which would go in this thing. So like technically these don't actually have to be in the header file. Even though Visual Studio thinks it does. Because they're specialized. I don't think this actually has a CPP file associated with it. It doesn't. We don't need to go into hotloader. Not. Okay. Let's do this manually. Oh no, there we go. So they can go there like that. Can't really be const expert anymore. Let's see if that messes it up. Might mess it up because it might be relied on them being context, but yeah, like auto doesn't work anymore. So this is standard array. Can make it string view. Alright, whatever. We'll make it string view. Just we have to put it here now. It needs to know how many there are. That's super annoying, isn't it? Yeah, that's rubbish. Maybe extensions does live in the header. Go back, go back, go back. Just so I don't, obviously, just append to this and I don't have to actually put in how big the array is. But the other things, so we're going to have like create new or something, you know. So this would be something like how would this work? With a constructor in here. So how does the original content cache do it? It gets like a blank one out of the pool. So it'd be something like void construct one game board content. Points to new. And we could make it bool whether we actually do want to construct it or not. So let's just return false for now. Right. And then we need to know if construct one has actually been implemented. If it hasn't been implemented, we'll just do a default constructor. So we need template class or do it at the bottom here. We'll do template is asset type, concept, can construct one. And this is just asset type, asset. And then we actually want, it's actually a pointer, isn't it? I think it's just a pointer like this. So that is editor asset description, asset type. What's this actually? Oops. It's desk.construct1 set. It's just that. That is can construct one. Let's see if that builds. That doesn't work. How else have I done this? Try and find another. Oh, I don't think you can have a concept there. You can have a concept inside a concept. Okay, that works. So now we'll put some breakpoints here, and then in the content cache 2, we want to know if constexpr can construct one type construct one. So it's type new equals pool.malloc, I think, and then we want to go desk.construct if desk.construct1 type construct1 new do something. If we don't have can construct one, it's literally just a new one. So it's just that. Okay. Okay, so that didn't work. Well, where are we in now? Sprite sheet. We did make one for sprite sheet. I've probably I might have spelt it wrong on a bunch of these. Construct one. Okay, let's try that again. So this is just basically where we're going to put the code to make a new one of these. We might need actually the path. We actually need the path as well. We need to know where to get the data for the actual type. There we go. So this is where we've got a blank sprite sheet, but we don't know where we're going to get the data for the sprite sheet yet. So we do need a path. So we'll have to just alter that a little bit. So this is path. And then the concept needs the path as well. And then wherever we are, here we go. This is the path thing. So we need to make an editor asset. So this pnew becomes an editor asset. So this is just assets dot in place editor asset, and then we want path equals v dot id equals I'm not sure, and then dot content is pnew. Actually, asset. So maybe construct one can return the ID. So where do we get the ID from? From the original content cache. Yeah, it's a construct one actually has to return the ID. Oops. So it has to return the same as a U64. So let's just return 0. And then in the content cache itself, we're just going to go U64 ID equals 0. This is just ID equals that. So if we can't construct one, I don't think it makes sense really. We'll just continue. And this is the ID. And we'll swap these around actually. So if you can't construct one, continue. Else we just do that. And even better, right? So we don't need this. This can go down here, which means we don't even malloc one if we can't construct it, which is good. Okay, so now we don't even need an add asset because they all get automatically added now. Okay, so how are we constructing a sprite sheet? That is the question. Let's close all other tabs. So sprite sheet's not even in here to begin with. Let's do a game board content then. We are doing this. We're doing dialogue, cutscene, quest, patrol, brain. We're using the default dialogue generator. So do we have a default sprite sheet generator? We don't. So how do we load sprite sheets in? Don't need that. That was from before. Well, how do we load, for instance, a patrol in? We have the default patrol generator. Makes a patrol. It's just this text reader thing, the default layout reader of sprite sheet editor. So it's actually for sprite sheet editor. So let's have a look at a sprite sheet file. It's a sprite sheet editor, really. So rather than a sprite sheet itself, sprite sheet editor can have multiple sprite sheets in it. Okay, so that means on the asset types, this is sprite sheet editor. And Unfortunately, this is quite a heavy duty thing. It's a full editor. So we just need the array of sprite sheets, really. Sprite sheet was a bad one to pick because it's a little bit different from the rest. We can work with it. We can work with it. So what we're going to do is we're not going to actually use this. We're going to do struct sprite sheet set. Do need to include sprite sheet editor now. And then we just want to know how to load that up. So it's just basically that. So look at how the file is. It's just called sprite sheets. Set sprite sheets. So we need to implement one of those. Check that builds. And then this is actually a sprite sheet set. Like this. Okay. So what that means then is we can actually use, we can load a sprite sheet setup now. So no, we have to load the full editor. There's not really such thing in the actual editor as a single sprite sheet. There's multiple sprite sheets in the same file. Okay, so we have a path, a light sprite sheet, and we have somewhere to put it. So this is text. Well, we do if auto buffer equals file read text path, and then we're going to do text to serializer. Oh man, I always forget there's a text reader. I need to wrap this because I always forget. Default layout reader. And then we want the buffer. Dot begin. Then we want the type. We want the thing, which is pnew. And that'll just read, in theory, all our sprite sheets in. It's always pnew now. Got one sprite sheet in it. That looks good to me. Got some lighting in it. It's actually read in the distance field file. That's pretty good. What I might do is wrap this because to something like text file. And that should be something like pnew path. Problem with that is this is in a crazy. Does this include text serialization in it? Got text writer, text reader there. So we could, in theory, put this. You can't. So it'd be something like void retype. Text file. Textures. Actually, what does this need? An e-read result, really? Keep it simple with a bool. So we do something like if auto buffer file read text UTF-8 path. This is not liking it for some reason. I've done something wrong here. Look. This is actually a struct. That's why. Text reader, default layout reader. Can we make one? Reader.read. Do reader.operator. Can do this, and that returns. No, we can't do that. So that's got to be buffer.begin. Result. Problem is, this doesn't returning anything. Don't know if it worked or not. Difficult to actually determine if it worked. This will eventually return an error code, but I don't know how to get it. We're going. Does this actually even build? That is the question. So this just becomes read type from text file. So we do this. So we don't have an ID as well. There's no such thing as an ID for this, really. We're going to do return #64 path. That will do. If this builds, no. So it does make sense to have the type there, just from a like syntactical niceness point of view. No. Put it there, and you don't even need that. Even better. Read type from text file. It's not very strong, that. You could pass literally any type, and if the text file exists, it returns true. So I need, you know, you could pass in like an int here, and it still return true. It's just difficult to actually get errors because you might be reading subtypes out of this path. You might be wanting to read an int out of this path. Anyway, we'll see if this works. Like the file might have an int in it, because this file is a sprite editor file, so technically I could read out anything, any type that is used by the sprite editor. So I could read out an int type, find the first int type, which would be like this. So it would read out this first, but I don't know. Whereas now I'm reading a sprite sheet set out, which is all of these sprite sheets. There's only one, but there could be many. And then if we want to actually see in the hot loader now this has to be a sprite sheet set. For this to actually get this breakpoint. And here as well. So that should construct a sprite sheet, which is fairly straightforward, or a sprite sheet set. The game board content will do next. That's already happens in the content cache, I think. Do add game board. This is quite a lot more complicated. Because it's got like children associated with it and stuff. This would be a good test for the new system, actually. So it's called game board path content, which is a path content of game board content. And this is actually used by the editor as well. So this is quite a big thing. But we are doing we are using the actual reader result types there. I wonder how this works. We'll find out. Okay, so this returned true. We have our sprite sheet in there. We don't have an image. Should we have an image? It's probably not loaded, you know. It probably loads the image lazily. I'll probably load the image separately through the content cache. And that's probably how that works. So this will need to actually load the images as well. Might be like content cache. Maybe this should just load the image. It's quite a lot of data that to load though. So it has the path. So that's where the image is. It doesn't actually load the image though. I'll have to think about that. Right, so let's have a quick look actually at how that other loader was working that was using the error. Here we go. So where's this reader made? Ah, so it's coming straight through. This is the group editor using the content cache. So if this is going to work properly, the actual sprite sheets in the game board content or in the sprite sheet editor we have an array of sprite sheets. this needs to actually be a sprite sheet set as well. We'll get to that though. Put a little note. Or we could do that now, and we could actually try and get the sprite sheet editor to use the new content cache. That isn't a bad idea, actually. So let's just remove any references to content cache. Content cache get brush count. So this counts the brushes as well. So when we actually load, look, it actually reads them in there. Yeah, so we want the content cache to use this. We want this to use the content cache, sorry. To do load these using content cache. Fairness like this. So if this was a sprite sheet set, we could have the sprite sheet set load all the images in the content cache. Okay. So let's do that next. That seems like a good thing to do. So content types, what would we call this again? Asset types, editor asset types. So we want image. And then this is .psd really. Image. So this is how we're going to load an image. Whoops. In. Like this. It's actually a PSD image. So here's the thing about this. Do we actually want to load every single image for the editor straight away? I don't think we do. which means we don't want a construct one. That's all that kind of means. So this should start firing for all the images, the PSD files, which it does. But we don't want to do that. What we want to do here is we want to go so we want to go for auto sprite sheet in pnew sprite sheets, load the image. So we want to do something like get content cache to add image, add image like that. Something like that. And then image, obviously we don't want to construct one, we want something like add one or something. We just kind of want a way of naming these where this just this happens on construction and then this can happen later. Something like that. Or we mark it, you know, this is construct one, but we say images for some reason are default. So we go something like bool is lazily loaded. Something like that. Oh, we have another list. It's probably best. Lazy loaded assets, set types. That's a lazy loaded one. And then in the content cache 2, when we're actually doing the load, or so really we want is lazy loaded. that's actually equals type in tuple t lazy loaded asset types. And that can go there. Or is lazy loaded. So if it's not can construct one, or is lazy loaded, continue. So we don't actually load all the images right at the beginning. We want to lazy load them. But we can still call construct one on them. Okay. So this is just new p-new image path. Return p-new ID. That's quite straightforward. What that means is that the sprite sheet itself doesn't actually hold a reference to the image anymore. Which is nice. So we could actually have a type couldn't we? Rather than the direct image, we could actually have like a type of like a cached image. This is going to start breaking other stuff now, though. So this is just like this. Really, if we wanted to add content to it, get content cache to add content, and it would know what type of content it was. So if we make sprite sheet okay, let's just check this builds and then we'll check what we've got in, because we're going to do something destructive next. We're going to actually change how sprite sheets are loaded for all of the game editor. Let's just check construct one doesn't get called for image. It does, so that's not working. It's not working for some reason. Lazy loaded app. Set types. Image. That seems to... Who's that? New Tune. Thanks for the follow. Got any questions? Just ask. No problem. Just working on quite far through with the editor and the engine. I'm working on like really formalizing assets. The asset types that the editor accepts. Making sure that they're only loaded in memory once. Stuff like that. Making it everything hot loadable with everything else. Some things like images are going to be lazily loaded, meaning that other assets can refer to them without having to actually load the asset themselves. And then when it's used, it gets loaded. But I'm just thinking about making another type actually, which is like a cached image, which is loaded, so it's not lazily loaded. Well, it might be, it must be lazily loaded really, because that would be loading too much data when the editor launches. But if I make a type called cached image, we could just get it. I don't know. I'll have to see how it goes. To make this lazily loaded thing work first. So that should... So it's trying to load atlasprops.psd for some reason. Even though it is a type image. Must be something wrong with this logic. If it's not, if it doesn't have a construct one, or it's lazily loaded, continue. So what is pnew is definitely an image. It's an image base global heap. An image base global heap is an image. What's interesting is I'm not actually forward declaring image anywhere. In fact, I'm not even sure how this works without forward declaring. These things, getting bar content. I suppose it's because I'm not making anything. I'm just doing describing. So there's no site. Like you only have to forward declare. If you forward, you only have to include the header files if the compiler needs to know the size. Anyway, it's not working. Oh. Wrong actual template. Number of template parameters there. Root Dragon, hey, how's it going? Welcome back. Alright, that didn't actually build properly. I am working on standardizing, formalizing asset types in the editor now. It's one of the last kind of jobs that I've got to do. Like what types of assets the editor accepts. Just stuck on the forever grind of finishing a game, of never finishing a game. It's the journey that counts. I think. All right. Encrypted zip files. Oh, lovely. Yeah, cool. Yeah, continue with your encryption stuff you were doing before. Make a generator program. Oh, nice. Builds the assets into zips. Generators. That's what I have, generators. Generator. Pack generator. Calls generate. Put stuff into, I mean, they're not zip files, but it's the same thing. Append lighting, append framed animations, sprite sheets, TGAs, scales, PSDs, PNGs. And then pack into game pack. I call them game packs. Which is like what your zip files. And I've got one called a book RGBA and a book R8. Couldn't tell you really how this works. Tile book generator. It's quite old. It's to do with like building images, I think that. Looking into installing Windows 2025 server. Ah, right, okay. Nice. XAMPP. I've used XAMPP before as well, I think. A long time ago. Okay, let's just see then. We shouldn't actually be loading image files. Shouldn't be calling construct one on images. I don't think we did there. As long as we've got a breakpoint there. Yeah, we didn't. Cool. So we didn't actually make any images, which is the idea. I don't want to actually... This will actually load the image off the disk. Don't want to do that for every single image in the asset database or whatever. That would be bad. So let's check that in, right? So we're going to do something destructive. We're going to change... How are we going to do this? You know, maybe even sprite sheets. They just don't have images in them. What's this queued image all about? This is to do with hot loading as well. The thing about images is they've got to have residency on the GPU as well, so content cache can load them and then they get put on the GPU if they get drawn. But then if we reload the image, we need to reload it into the same slot essentially, so it gets removed. The old image gets removed from the GPU. I think that just kind of works though. And the concurrent connections very well. Oh really? Did you hear about the latest WinRAR vulnerability? No, I didn't know. No, I didn't. Interesting. Right, we're going to do something destructive. We're going to remove these, and we're going to, well, we actually have to put, before we remove them, we actually have to put a little method in the content cache. Get content. So we won't have had, we put that in yet. It doesn't do anything yet. We won't have had content yet. We will have get content path like this. Thing is, because this is templated, we're going to have to use, this kind of stuff. So what I might do is using asset content. So I say it's not standard, it's just hybrid storage 8. Like this, and then we don't have to template it. We can just say if the content is an image. We'll try it like this for now. So let's just return Russia has been using WinRAR 0. Dear, that can exploit past. Oh wow, cool. Blooming heck. I don't use WinRAR, I don't think. I might have it on the computer. No, I don't. That's crazy, isn't it, that? So we can get the content. We don't know necessarily what we're going to do with it. So this now, we need to go something like result, right? Return result. And go for each type. So we want actual editor assets. For each type in G assets, well, can we do it better than this? Well, we'll do it this way first. If T type, what is it? If const expr standard is same v t dot type no, we're not actually testing the type. We're going through each one of these, the containers, and each container has an asset in it. Okay, so I think what we actually need to do, hang on, we'll do it. We have to do auto ext equals path get extension path, and then we want to actually go through each of the asset types. G assets. Do this again. And then we want to go just typed all this out, but whatever, it's okay. So what we need is we actually need the this is gassets.containers like this, and then we actually need the asset we need the desk.ext. So we want to go auto ext view equals asset dot desk. Got a key generator too if you want 100% legit. I don't use WinRAR actually. Where var equals x, like that. Does that build? No. Not var. Arg. All right. Okay. I'm going to say if not xView dot empty, so we know what asset type it is now. So we just need path equals the other path. I'm going to test it on path at the moment. Asset, where arg equals path. So this is path dot path hash path dot path equals other path. We'll just do it like that for now. So I'll probably call this asset actually. Nah. Call it path, that's fine. Path.path, whatever. Okay. So this is where I would like a select first. So we're going to say if path view, don't have a select first at the moment. T result is equal to so that is a hybrid storage of 8. We kind of need to make it a left hand side, so we need to do t type equals content. Make sure that it's actually a reference. Type identifier not found. Matthew first. Is first correct? So T is an asset. Or could we just check that this is correct first? So it's not first. What is the actual? The actual name for it. How even are we here? No. So IntelliSense just can't work it out. What is it called? Front. That's why it's called. Not first. Front. So that will store the pointer in there. I don't really know if I want to store a pointer in there though. What I want to store is the reference. Let's get this compiling first. So asset content, hybrid storage. That build. That looks like he's going to build. So we actually need to pass that into result. Doesn't seem to be wanting to work though. Get pointer is not a member of weak pointer, apparently. Let's get raw. So why doesn't it want me to pass? Like, populate this. Let's just build a proper thing on the error list here. On the right hand side, T pointer could be ref asset content. Game board content. Where am I going? Okay. That should totally be fine with const. So it just doesn't want, so let's just see what C is. It doesn't want me to pass that into result. Oh, I know what it is. Maybe that will work. Well. Object cannot be bound to an R-value reference. Yeah, it can't. Let's just return optref set content. Oops. So this could actually, because it's so small, be standard optional as well. It's only 8 bytes. So that's fine. That's fine. Well, that builds with standard optional, which is a bit weird. We do need it to be up. Well, hang on. Yeah. Do actually need it to be optref because I want to return it as a reference, really. No. It can be standard optional. What I want to make sure is that C gets, the reference gets put in there. Not the actual value. So if I copy it to a reference and then put it in. Okay, that builds now. And then asset content itself. Can just unwrap. Can unwrap it with the asset we were expecting. Okay. So that is quite complicated, but it only has to be written one time. So we don't actually need a constructor or an initialize at the moment. We do need to return the result. Check that still builds if we return the result. Should be fine. So all we're doing here is we're going through each container and we're just being like, if the extension exists on that container and the asset is in that container. So we'll filter by extension first before we go through all the assets, because that'll be a lot faster. So what we want to do now then is we want to test this out. So we'll construct one. So we'll go to the content cache 2. So this is where we're calling construct one. Then we'll place it and we'll just do it here. So auto r equals just make one. Let's do cc get content v.path. So all you got to do is pass the path in, and it will return an asset content thing, we call it, an asset content optional, and then we just have to, we're expecting a particular asset there type, so we can just try and unwrap it. Okay, that didn't actually do anything. Maybe that's not built properly. If this works, I'm gonna have a quick break, make a cup of coffee. See, what would be nice is here is to actually pass as a template parameter the type we are expecting. We could maybe work on that somehow. Fully licensed WinRAR, did it work? That's awesome. Like, this is obviously, if you don't know what type it is, you could use this path, and then you could go through each of the types to check it's the right, which type it is. But we possibly want a different path where you can specify the actual type of content. And it returns an opt_ref to it. That might be the next thing we do. Just a little reg file. Oh, cool. Nice one. So that would have to, so that means this would have to include the types, and it'd have to go in and yeah. It'd have to go in. This would have to include the types, which is fine. It's not that big a file. And then this would have to do this call and return try and wrap on it. So we could test it on the actual type. If we did it in the header, we could test it on the actual type. Okay. So do we get the sprite sheet set back? Okay. This should work. There's the content, bunch of sprite sheets. We put that in there. We have to copy this. Ooh, so this is doing a copy. No, this is doing a move. Which is not what we want really. So we do get the sprite sheet set in the value. Not a reference to it though. It copied the lighting image over. Well, it didn't copy it, it moved it. So the distance field's gone now. That's weird. That's weird. Let's try that again. So the way to solve this, so that is a reference. Distance field is not in there. The way to solve this would be asset content is to actually copy the pointer over. I don't really want to do any moves. So we can say if result return. So we might be setting the result earlier in this loop. If ext view empty return. If path view empty return. Else we say it. So it does return a pointer now. But we could have another one where you get content where you're passing an actual type and it gives you the reference instead. So I wonder why distance field is empty. So there, our distance field is empty. It didn't get loaded, which is probably fine. So now we're going to test the sprite sheet. So it's a weak pointer. So what we want to do now is we want get content with a type. So we'll include editor asset types there. And we're going to go template is, what was it? Is asset type. Type optref set type get content const blue string view path, and then we're going to go, this is the result, can go if auto C is get content path pointer equals C. Try and wrap asset type. Return pointer like that. Or just result is that. See if that builds. That seems okay. So now here, we can do get content sprite sheet set like that. The only kind of downside to this is it has to compare on extension rather than type. If you compared it on type, it would be a bit faster. But if you want to compare on type, this asset content here we could try. The asset content would need to be templated, a templated structure that had the type in it. Okay. So we're going to try and get it back out again now. It says it's empty, which is not great. Oh, it's not asset type, it's weak pointer of asset type. So here we have this problem again where maybe it doesn't actually. Oh look, we could maybe do 0 of it. Maybe we don't actually overload. Oh, we do, look. Of type T. Oh, I know what the problem is here. Because this is actually a double star. I think. Right, that worked. There it is, Sprite Sheets. So let's check that in. I'll make a cup of coffee, and then this still goes through the routine where we have to test on extension. What we'd like to do is just test on the type itself, the Sprite Sheet set, rather than the extension, which is the file extension, because that means it could be done at compile time. But that means asset content's got to be a thing which has this type in it, which I'm pretty sure we can do. But yeah, I'll be back in 2 minutes and make coffee first. Okay. So how would we do this? Cable sorted out. So we want something like struct set content result summit. I don't know. We'll call it summit. Then we can have something like let's asset content wrapper. I don't know if we can do this. What I don't want to do is include, so we could do this if we included a lot of the other stuff in the header file. I don't know if I want to do that though. Well, we could do something like, let's try something. Template. Like this. And then when we do get content, we can do with hybrid storage 1. The type wrapper. Like that. And this is if auto C equals get content, type wrapper, asset type, path. Maybe do something like this. This is quite mad, this. So now we do have some, like, the type encoded there. Which means maybe we can do this. Or we don't have to test on extension. So we have our T, that's our asset type. We have our type wrapper, so we could say like we can't make it compile time. We could say if type wrapper is type wrapper T, which would bypass checking strings. That's just checking an integer. And then we could do this. It's a problem here. Type wrapper asset type is incompatible with declaration T. No, we don't even need that, really. Too few arguments. Get confused by this. We have something else called type wrapper. Let's call it asset type wrapper. The identifier not found. Get some weird errors here. Get rid of that. Oh look, we've got a thingy bob semicolon there. Yeah, we have something called a type wrapper already. So it's actually T. I think it's T type. Coffee on my finger. All right, to rebuild that. It'll take 2 minutes. Need to clean my hands. Got coffee on my finger. All right, cool. So at least we're testing now. It's not fully compile time. It's not compile time at all because we do have to test this thing here. But it's faster than testing strings. So this is type name thing. That's why it wants there. Maybe. Okay. That's probably fast enough, I would say. I mean, this is probably fast enough. But this is a little bit better. because at least this tests against the actual type that the person requested. This doesn't. We'll leave it in just in case we don't have so this is actually private really. And then we'll maybe put this in here as well. To be fair, we don't need this either. So we have get content where you just provide a path. Literally could return and just returns an asset content. You know, like it's up to the caller to determine what type it is. Or you can pass in an asset type and a path, and it will make sure that it is that correct asset type using that type wrapper thing. See if that works anyway. Yeah, cool. So this one is also a sprite sheet. Is there anything that's not a sprite sheet? Prefab. But it's empty. I don't think we're actually doing things with prefabs. We're not actually loading the yeah, we're not actually loading the doing construct one on game board content, which is what a prefab is. It's game board content. Okay, so what do we want to do if we get the content? We want to call get content and it doesn't exist. Do we want to make it? Which means we can test that out. So we can say here, we can go for auto SS imp new sprite sheets. We want to do we'll do get a content cache too, and this is temporary, really. When we make content image, we want to cc dot get content image ss dot path. So what that will do, obviously it won't exist. It won't exist. But what we want to do is we want to actually load it. This is someone requesting the content of an image. So we actually want to load it, which means adding it in to the content cache. So it's here. If the path is empty, it means it doesn't exist. So we're going to say, if not path is empty, do that. Else, we need to make one. So this is kind of this stuff. So else, if context but can construct one. So this is asset pool, asset.assets. Come on, get away. Path is path. And this is asset desk construct one, p new path. Content is p new. It's that build. No. Oh, the type is T type. It's type name T type. Do that. Just call it type. So that will make one. And then we want to do result is p new. So that should actually load the image when we ask for it and put it in the actual cache. So textlight.psd. Didn't work. Try again. See why that didn't work. Type wrapper. So it's got content cache 2 asset type wrapper. Okay. Sprite sheets. Image. So that is apparently a content cache 2 asset wrappers. So it's changed. Oh, that did work. That did work. Oh, it's because we need if can construct one. And now that doesn't build. I've done there. Ah. So this is path dot. Oh, this one's an asset path. Yeah, we do want the asset path, I think. How do we? Can we just do asset path? Will that actually load the proper asset path? No. So what is an asset path? It has the string, it has the path, it has something called path data, which has got all the create times and stuff in it. How do I get path data? It's in find next path. That's unfortunate. Get path data, look. So I think we want a constructor which takes in just a path, not the result. So it'd be something like asset path base const string view base char type path. But and this would just be path is equal to input. Data will be get path data. BM get path data. That returns actually a bool. So we can do input data. And that can be actually if. And path hash. It's just hash 64 of the input, I think. Yeah. So we need to do this type of thing. See if that actually builds. So now we can just say asset path like that. If that builds, which it doesn't. Okay, cool. So it still doesn't like this. So an asset, not that type of asset. Oh, we're assets wrong. What is it called? Editor asset. Asset type. Type. No, it doesn't like that. Formatting. Okay, so this doesn't work for wide strings. Okay, so that is fine. Okay. That seems good. That's building. I am not good in names. Hey, how's it going? Hope you're alright. Welcome. Just working on a content cache for the game engine. Content cache is what manages all the content for the editor. You know, like all the different asset types and files and things like that. Make sure that there's only one of each thing in memory, and does all the hot loading and stuff like that across the editor. There is one already in the engine, but if I wanted to add a new asset type, it's quite a lot of work. So I'm deciding just to have another go at writing it a bit more generic, so I can just add new asset types really easily. You know, if I wanted to add like I added a new asset type called a IMF32 last week, and it won't work with the hot loader system now because it's a different type of asset. So it spurred me on to get it right. Show you how it looks currently. Yeah. So can't load it straight from the debugger, but I can load a recent build. If it'll load. So this is just me messing around with lights actually. So this is the editor, right? If I load something more interesting. So this is like where you're putting all the stuff. There's no lights because I was messing around with lights, but I can put in like a light here or something. Yeah, I was messing about with the lights, so it like removed all the lights from the game. So this is there's lots of gameplay, but it's currently all kind of prototyped. So if I just run the game, see, it'd be interesting to see if this works. I haven't run the game in quite a while. There's been a lot of changes. Might take a while because I haven't run the game in a while. There we go. Oh, no, that didn't work. So let me build it and then I can show you it properly. I might have a release build. I don't know if I've done a release build in a while. How did I make the UIs? Doesn't look dear. No, I custom made everything. Yeah. So I haven't made. I haven't really used anything like IMGUI or anything like that. Just DirectX and Windows and a few like image compression libraries. Unfortunately, it's just not in a great state to show off because I'm right in the middle of changing quite something quite fundamental, you know. Let's see if this works. Well, I'll get it built in and then I'll show you. Just comment that out. Windows only. Well, not necessarily. No, like there's a thin Windows layer, and I've only written that Windows layer. But you could just write, you know, your operating system of choice layer. It's not very many lines of code. It's like 500 lines of code or something, and then that'll mean it'll run on something else. It's just because I'm on a Windows computer, I've just used Windows, yeah. Anyway, this is when this builds, hopefully it'll launch properly. Launch into the so basically there is a game as well that I'm making with the engine, and that's kind of right at the end of its pre-production. So I've just got like a series of rooms at the moment, and each room has different gameplay in it. Why not OpenGL Vulkan? Which version of DirectX? So it runs DirectX 12 and why not OpenGL Vulkan? You could. I had to pick one, so I just picked DirectX 12. But again, there's just a layer that you've got to write to make it work with Vulkan or whatever. The render is split into like two halves, basically. Well, it's not two halves. It's like 90% the front, 10% the back. And the back end of the renderer is the DirectX layer. But when you're doing the game and the editor and everything like that, you're just working with the front end of the renderer, really. So it wouldn't take. It'd probably take maybe like 2 weeks to get it to work on Vulkan, maybe something like that. Editor in DirectX 2. Yeah, all the drawing is DirectX, yeah. Everything that you basically see. That's right. Hang on, it's still running an old instance. But because I'm working with the content cache, which is like all the content in the editor, and it's like it's half on the new system, half on the old system, it might be quite unstable. All right, I'm spawning in a room with nothing in it other than a light at the moment, because I was just working on lighting before this. I wonder if a lot of stuff has changed, so it might not. Oh, there we go. So the light's gone. So this is like the combat room. So you've got two things that you can fight. This is like just prototype combat, and they can do things like give you status effects, like that staggered me there. And then if I open the editor up, so this is part of the editor. So this is like running the combat for each of those scorpion creatures. So they've both got a brain, and this is like the default combat brain basically that they're using. And the idea is you like make these trees, and these green action nodes are a bit of code that runs, and it will run the combat basically. And then we've got like all sorts of things like dialogue trees. So Jenny's an NPC, and these are all her dialogue trees. It's just like prototypes, it's just testing the dialogue system out really. So she can say loads of stuff to you depending on the context of the game, and it evaluates from left to right. And then these root nodes have conditions on them, and as long as the conditions are true, it will fire that dialogue tree, and she'll talk to you. So if I just leave this room, we'll go and find Jenny. So I've got like fast travel. So Jenny's in this test room here. So that's Jenny. So I can go over and talk to it. Oh, okay. It ran into a little trigger there to do a cutscene. The guy did. But yeah, you can like talk to her, and she can give you like messages, give you items. So all this is running from that dialogue system, and it's just like each conversation results in something. Like this is a piece of dialogue where the NPC gives the hero an item, and then so this is like, so the game's like a planting game, and you plant using robots, so it's like sci-fi. The robot's just a green square like a droid, but you can like destroy the ground. And then you can like plant things from your inventory and fertilize them. So that went from a pumpkin seed to a pumpkin, and then you can pick it. And then there's like shops and chests and all that type of stuff. Just like blueprints. It's not as like it's not as flexible as something like Blueprints, which is a full visual scripting system really. You have to write code for these actions. Because I'm a coder, I don't really need the flexibility of something like Blueprints where you don't have to write code at all. So what I do is I have a hybrid. So you can make trees and connect them together, and then you have little bits of code that are running each node, basically. Because like it would be quite hard for me to keep in my head. These could get really huge, so it'd be quite hard for me to keep in my head the entire tree if it was all code. So I've gone for like a hybrid approach. Triangles with pretty textures. Yeah. Unfortunately, none of the lighting's working because I've just changed it. That's like a really nice light. You see. But it's none of it's working because I've just I've just changed how the lighting works. I'll just save all that and see if I can actually run it. I don't know if the lighting's going to propagate through to the game yet because I haven't really tested it. But to it, yeah, thank you. No problem. Best of luck. So you definitely need to code to use this engine. It's not made for people who don't want to code really. But there are little optimizations like trees, dialogue trees, quest trees, cutscene trees, behavior trees. Let's just see if that light's back there. And there's like a full big crafting system in the game as well. Like none of it looks very interesting, but I haven't really started on the appearance yet. No, the lighting's not working, unfortunately. But that's a bit though, it's with the content cache, you know. The content cache is not actually progressing the light through from the editor into the actual game yet. Unfortunately, it's probably going to be a couple of weeks before the game's back to full-blown working correctly and everything. Depends how fast it is, like how fast I am at remaking this content cache thing. But yeah, like those green action nodes are behavior types. So you make actions, combat NPC, find cover. So that's one of them nodes. And this is the code that is responsible for making the NPC find cover. So if you connect one of those nodes up to the graph and then the flow of the graph hits that node, the NPC will go and find cover. And you write like these little kind of, it's like modular, I suppose. And build up big state out of that. Okay. So where was I? So when we were going to... So we were here basically, just trying to load an image. So this image doesn't exist in the cache. So when you get it, what we want to do is make it and return it. So it's going to call construct one. So it's this asset path thing that we were stuck on. That's right. Okay, it's because this, I think, actually takes a raw pointer. So we need to do auto astra equals resolve string type input. That means we can use it as, make sure it's null terminated, because this is just a view, this, because this takes like a raw string pointer. So what I'm doing right here is like, this is just a string, which is like a path on a file, path to a file. And but an asset path has more information in it. It has like, you know, when was the file last written to, stuff like that. I think this actually needs the allocator. And I've decided that the content cache is going to have that in it. So it needs an asset path. This is just a string, so it needs to make the full asset path. It can't seem to do it. Oh, because it's going to be path data pointer. It's just data. Interesting here is saying that the path actually exists. We could do that with get path data. Well, okay. We already have the data in theory here in the input. Input.get. So this is Astra. And figure out why this format ends off. That's a bit weird. It's because that's templated, probably. Fix that. Remove working directory. This can actually just be input. That's totally fine. That has to be input as well. It's only this that needs to be resolved. Okay, you liked that. Okay, so what I'm going to do then, if it doesn't like the formatting, I'm just going to put this here. There we go. And then what's going on here? So what it means is when we call get content now, if so this is like it exists already. If it doesn't exist and it can construct one, it'll do that. Which hopefully means it's like lazily load things essentially, which is what we want to do. It's okay loading up all of the, you know, the editor files because they're quite small, but images images sounds like proper assets. We want to lazily load them as we need them. Right. So now it's going to get the path data, which it couldn't do. Where are we? Okay, so we haven't actually set the working directory yet. That's just a flaw in our test. All that means, so what we need to do now to make this work, we can do it from the other content cache. I'll do it here. So we already have a content cache too, actually. So we need to get our sprite sheet. So it'd be auto. What is it? If auto ss equals cc2 get content sprite sheet set. What? We'll go levels boat sprite sheet. Levels boat sprite sheets light dot sprite sheet. Okay. So the working directory will be set here. And then we need to see what happens when we pass in the wrong thing. This, in theory, should fail, but it might not. It might create one now. Even though there is no... You know, this would be an incorrect file path. Don't know how many sprite sheets there are. Levels but sprite sheets light dot sprite sheet. There's no IntelliSense, that's the only problem. This asset is undefined. So it's going to make one now because it couldn't find it because I obviously typed it in wrong. So what we want to do, I suppose, is we're going to check that the file exists. If not, file exists, path, return result. And then here, we're going to make this private. Well, we'll just disappear it because the other one uses this version. Where were we? Content cache. Levels, but sprite sheets. Light.sprite sheet. So it's either, yeah, so the file does exist. So we must be actually on the sprite sheet one. So we're storing the actual full path there. That's probably what's going wrong. We don't want to do that. We want to store the asset path. Well, we'll just go straight through them. So we'll just say P equal P dot path equals to asset path P dot path, and then P dot path hash equals hash 64 P dot path. I think that will do it. And then we would want some nice navvies for this content cache as well. We should think about how we're going to do that. Okay, so we found it now. Sprite sheet set. We're still going to return empty though. That's weird. Definitely. Oh no, we might have made one. Let's just check. So we need to be here really. Here, not here. Okay. Okay, we have our assets now, which is good. Assets is empty. Ooh, what have I done wrong there then? Okay. So now we've changed this here. This runs before we have yeah, this runs before we have set the working directory. Right. Okay. Okay, so this is auto path equals V. Yeah, like the proper way to solve this, I suppose, would be to make sure this doesn't run immediately here. Essentially, this is where it runs. It runs in global scope. Which means content cache 2 would need an initialize. So you have to send the full path in there because we're going to be loading stuff off disk. Yeah, I think that'll be fine. The only downside is like here, we're hashing the 64 the path to get the ID. We might want to do that sometimes. I think I prefer this, which means that this can't exist in global scope. Could new it. I could new it. There's only one of these. We could do use so often, so infrequently. I don't know how to do it. So G assets now is editor assets get. Go more of a singleton style. Don't really do singletons very often. Thing is, this time, like, we need it because it needs to be called it needs to make these when the working directory has been set. Which is later. That isn't working. Well, that isn't working anyway. When is this being called? It's still being called by the default initializer, the dynamic initializer even. So what's going on there? Oh, it's calling it here. Ooh. That's not very good. So it wasn't anything to do with that. I think we're still going to do this because this does need to run as well when this containers thing does need to get constructed. But this might also need to be lazily done. And now this is get. No const anymore. Still basically the same. It's just going to execute this code slightly later when the working directory is being set. All right. So now this in theory works. Color swatches. Yeah. There we go then. Cool. Oh, we had a problem there. Okay, so they are all part of the proper format. Oh, this is being recursive. It's temporary anyway. So what we want to do is we do get content. This should hopefully stop it. If it doesn't exist, it returns empty, which means it will stop it from creating content that doesn't exist on disk. Obviously, the first time we call it is quite expensive because it needs to actually populate the entire cache. There you go, found it that time though. So we're going to try and unwrap it. That's good. So we found it. It's got one sprite sheet in it. And that's the actual image that we want to load now. Which doesn't exist in the path. Doesn't exist in the content cache yet. So it's now going to make one. So now in theory it loads it. There we go. Sets it. Okay, so that didn't actually... It did load it. Didn't return the right thing though. So an image. So it makes it. It's a peer result. It's a pointer. Okay. So it needs to be a weak pointer. That's why. And now we've got lazy loading. So we'll just double check. We'll try and do it twice. The first time it needs to load it, and the second time it needs to get it. There we go. So we'll just get it 2 times. 0 and 1. So the content cache is actually fairly easy to use. You just call get content on it, basically. That's all you need to do. Okay, so the second one should just find it. Yes. Cool. That's brilliant. Alright, so what's the next thing we need to do? Check that in. So we could get the actual sprite sheet editor to start using this second content cache. What's crazy is you don't actually need to store this. Like, this is literally like content cache. So far, we can do that anyway. It's got no state itself. Might end up having state though. Right. So let's try. Let's just remove this and get the actual sprite sheet editor to use the content cache, which means it doesn't need this image. Which means we can get away with that, get rid of that. This is path. Okay. Doesn't actually right, does does use the image there. It doesn't actually save the image data. That is kind of a good sign that we didn't need the image, because it doesn't actually save the image data in the sprite sheet itself. And then the lighting. The lighting doesn't need it either. So when we load call read from file, and that does include IMF32. So I'm wondering if actually the distance field, well, it's a texture, not an image. Textures aren't saved on disk really, they're converted. From images. So what happens at the moment, it loads the image, and then it calls load from memory. Which copies it over. So this would have to get the content cache too to do that, to load this one. But then it drops it immediately because it turns it into a texture. Different ID as well. Yeah, I think we'll leave that for now. But it would ideally be nice to somehow store textures in the content cache. Which we could work on. You know, it would be kind of like we need an add content where we pass in like a texture and then a file path, and that we have to call like we have to pass in a texture with ID or something, because we need to set the ID as well. So you couldn't do like content cache 2, add content, and then pass in the path. You couldn't really do that. Well, you couldn't do that. You have to do get content. Or we could just do like texture, couldn't we? And then do something like texture.id. Yeah, let's try and get this to work with textures. So raw texture reader with ID. It literally just sets the ID of a texture. So the distance field is a texture, and then texture comes from texture view, which has a texture ID. So yeah, we could do this. Put textures in the content cache. You could load it. We need like a texture with ID. We should have to make new instances of the textures if it had a different ID. So that is quite complicated. We'll work on just the images for now. Interesting, this queued image thing. I'm not sure what that was all about. I'm guessing we'll find out now. Generate tiles. So we do auto image equals content cache 2 get content image sprite sheet path. If not image, return. We do have an image. I've lost my spot now. Content cache 2 is undefined, so we'll just include it. I wonder if we should just have a get content as a global function. So it'd be like it's actually template. What is it called? Is asset type. CC get content. CC get. So this is just CC get image. And that's just image like this. What's the problem here? Oh. Awesome. So same here then. So this is image. Sprite sheet doesn't store the image anymore. So what's going on here? Oh, this is opening in it. Right. So what we could do here, this is kind of auto image. Equals cc get image path. So we don't actually need, well, we'll be fine. We don't have to read it. I'm just thinking about, so this does an undo redo. We don't need to pre-multiply the alpha because I'm assuming that already does that. Does it do that? Yeah, that is a good question. What happens if we want to pre-multiply alpha? I mean, we don't need to here. This goes here like this. Yeah, we do need to think about like what do we want if we want to pre-multiply. We probably don't want to pre-multiply by alpha all of them. So sprite sheet needs a get image really. Good morning. DVD, D4, D1. Lexi's again. Maze, what's the purpose of what you are making and what does it provide? So I'm making a game engine. And a game as well. And I'm doing it, it's like a hobbyist thing, really. So it's just pure creation. It's like writing a book or drawing a painting. And what the game engine allows me to do is make games, which is good. Right now, specifically, I'm working on something called a content cache, which just is a place to put assets, content, in the editor, really. Right, the game doesn't use this, just the editor. It just means that say you've got a big image, 4K image, which is many hundreds of megabytes. If you need that image, go through the cache, and then it makes sure it just loads it once, rather than keep loading it off the disk over and over again. Which obviously would be a lot more resource intensive. But yeah, if you've got any questions, just ask, no problem. No problem. If you like coding or whatever, or game development. Alright. So this is if auto image equals sprite sheet. Sprite sheet get image oh, thank you. Yeah, what are you coding at this second? Right now, so I have a sprite sheet editor in the editor for the game engine, so you can use it to create sprite sheets. So like sprite sheet is an image with coordinates with boxes over the top of it, and then the game can reference parts of an image using a sprite sheet. So I'm just making that work with this new content cache. So what was happening is if I just go back, so this is the diff, right? If I can find, so here, right, the sprite sheets had images in them. So these images, if this was a 4K image, it'd be hundreds and hundreds of megabytes. So every sprite sheet would have this image of hundreds and hundreds of megabytes in it. So if I wanted two sprite sheets to reference the same image, for some reason, then there'd be two copies of that hundreds and hundreds of megabytes of data in memory. One for one sprite sheet, one for the other. So now they're both going to use the thing called a content cache. So these images disappear, and you just get the actual image out of the content path by providing the image path. Get the image out of it. So there's only one copy of the image. And that's what I'm doing right now. And it just means that, it's gonna, less memory. Don't have to load the image twice. Don't have to do pre-multiply alpha 2 times. And then eventually what that's going to hook into is asset hot loading. So right now there is asset hot loading in the engine, but it's a little bit flaky. It's not like kind of rigorously defined. So when I add a new type of asset, I just have to put a little bit of code in and there it works. So I'm getting towards that. So the goal's kind of like modify the image in Photoshop, save it it updates in the editor and in the game automatically, which it already did do. But if I wanted to then say modify a sound, I'd have to only write a small section of code to just basically would reload the sound, and everything else would know that the sound has been reloaded. And then you can get callbacks. You can get callbacks if you want. If you need to change some of your state because the sound has been reloaded. So it's a build. It's a big system really for managing assets. It's part of the content pipeline for the engine. And it can't be asset specific, because in a year's time I might want to add a new asset type, and it just needs to drop in and work essentially. That's the goal, just have it drop in and work. So here, like this generate mesh for the cloth was before referencing the image directly on the sprite sheet, but now I've written this thing called get image, which uses the cc get, which is just a bit of shorthand for content cache get an image from this path, and then it'll actually pull the image out of the content cache instead. So that's the idea. But not just images, anything. You could have even custom data formats. Like I have quite a few custom data formats in the engine. And I just want to drop them in and have them work. Okay, that can go away, you see. So the generation hash. So I don't really like the idea of the generation hash either. That's something that it uses to know if it's changed or not. So what I might do is just write a little note in the to-dos. Can I get rid of the generation hash? Or is there a better way to do that? Does it have a full UI setup? Yeah, it has a full UI, yeah. It's not really in a buildable state, but I could run an older one. So this is the game. This is the editor. So hang on, if I just close the editor and then I open it. So this is the editor for that room. So you've got like, you can move stuff around. Made all this UI here. The sprite sheet editor is this. This is currently what I'm working on. So you see, like, I can draw these in Photoshop, and then I can put boxes around them in here, and they become individual brushes. So you see, they all become individual brushes, and then I can like pick one and then just like put it in the level, like somewhere. And the sprite sheet editor can do quite a lot of stuff. So it can do things like make lights. So this is actually a light, and I can like make a bigger light. So I can put like 20, and then it makes the light a lot bigger. And then I'll put it back down to 10 because 20 is quite a big light. And then I can like select the light, go to the room, put the light in, and then they've got shadows, and then these things have shadow biases, so I can just match that up like that. And then it's got like weather, like rain and fog and stuff. Oh, cheers. And you can create different types of brushes, so I can make this. So this is like, so I can like draw cobbles, and then got like water stuff, so I can like make a river. Obviously it looks a little bit weird going underneath the cobbles. And then like if I move this light down here, it like reflects in the river. Can you see that? And then in terms of gameplay, like let's just go back. Oh, I can't, it's not here, sorry. So used to running it from the debugger. In terms of gameplay, there's all sorts of stuff like so the game's like is prototyped at the moment, which means there's no real game, but a lot of gameplay systems are there. So you can do like quests, dialogue, combat, crafting, shops. This is the combat prototype room. And then these Spidey creatures here, kind of like passive aggressive. So they'll only attack you if you really annoy them. And then these run these brain files, which is this is a prototype for combat. So if you wanted to give any NPC combat, you would attach one of these brain files to it. So any NPC could run this, and this has it does something like interesting stuff with combat. It's like it has 2 hostile levels, hostile 0 and hostile 1. And hostile 0 is like, I'm angry but I'm not going to attack you, so if you run away, the NPC will run away. But if you push the NPC, if you get closer to it or you start attacking it, it'll go to the 2nd hostile level and start attacking you. So I have to stop dying, hang on. So if I can if I go up to it, so now it's this is hostile 0, right? So if I run away, it will go back, it'll run away, it'll go and find some cover somewhere. But if I was to go right up to it, you see it starts getting more angry. I mean, I'm not going to survive now. Yeah, there's a slight bug where if I start the game in the editor and I'm dead, sometimes I start the game dead. And this is part of this is like a crafting thing. This is a crafting room, so that's like a crafting bench. But I haven't got anything set up for crafting. Oh, I can craft stuff. So you get resources for crafting, and then you get blueprints, and it's eventually going to be a sci-fi game. So you're going to be able to download blueprints from outer space, from alien civilizations, and then those blueprints you can unlock to get crafting recipes. And there's fast travel, so this room that I'll fast travel to has got an NPC in it. And then there's dialogue trees. So this is Jenny's dialogue. So you make these dialogue trees and they evaluate from left to right like this. And then these root nodes have conditions. So you can just program in-game conditions. And then if the conditions are met, it will say the thing. So this is like a bunch of things that Jenny might say. She disappeared. So Jenny can travel around as well. There we go. If I do trigger a cutscene and she comes back into the room. So now she's saying something on that dialogue tree where she's marked. Gives radar coordinates. So she's here with this pink square. So she's giving me radar coordinates for crafting there. And then I discover a radar location. And I can go to the radar. Do you do this form of employment? Nah. Me and my wife have a business together. That's not. I do coding for it. I have done coding for it in the past. It's not primarily a software business though. It does all sorts of things. But yeah, so you're gonna be. It's gonna be a sci-fi gardening game where you're on a space station, and you're responsible for the gardens on the space station. So it's like a big space station, like 200,000 people, and you go down to enemy. Well, it doesn't have to be enemy. You go down to like planets and you get resources off the planets on seeds, and you do quests and you bring them back to the space station and you plant the seeds on the space station and you grow your space station into like a lovely thing. And then so I did the planting stuff. So you plant using a droid and there's no artwork for him, but you can like till the ground and you can plant apple seeds, fertilize them. You can like destroy rocks. So the planting bit would be on, because it's just a prototype, it doesn't kind of make sense to destroy rocks on your own space station, but the planting thing would be on your space station, and then the rocks bit would be like if you go down to an asteroid or something and you get carbon. And then so these things, it's an apple tree shoot now, so they'll eventually all have artwork associated with them, and now it's an apple tree. So I can like pick the apple tree. Picking an apple tree is a bit weird. You'd usually pick apples. But the point is that you could like plant a seed, fertilize it, and then over time it would go through different stages. And then you pick it at the end. And then I've got like chests. So that would be a chest. Shops. So this would be a shop. Tim's Seedware. And then this is the data charger. So this is the radar. So that's like Planet Zog that Jenny gave me. So if I put like data cards into the reader and then I tune it in, you can imagine there'd be dialogue with them as well. So they'd be like, I'm sending you some stuff or whatever. And then you get the data cards. And then you put them in the data downloader, which I don't know what would be. It'd be like some cool, it could be in the bridge or something. And then you put blueprints in, and then you download data into the blueprints. And when you've filled them up, they unlock, and then you get like recipe for apple seed, and then you can go and plant that and grow apple trees. Oh, cheers. Thank you. Yeah, thanks very much. It's really early days. I've been working on the game this is week number 27 or something. So yeah, like 6 months in, really. Like the engine, I've been making the engine for a couple of years, but the game's like 6 months in. But yeah, right now I'm just making what's called a content cache. So I'm just, if you have two 4K textures, you just want to load one of them. As if you have one 4K texture and you have two things that need to use it, you just want to load it one time. That's what I mean. So I'm kind of working on that. Thought it was only 2 months in. The game... I've been working on the game since the end of January. But the thing is, I haven't actually been doing gameplay for a couple of months now. There's maybe like 4 or 5 months of gameplay prototyping there. And I'm trying to wrap up pre-production on the game. So that's why I'm going through the engine, really. And putting in things like a content cache. Because once a content cache is built, if it's built in the right way, never have to touch it again. Just use it. Sprite sheet, undeclared identifier, it says. That's a bit weird. So I've got these mixtures of lowercase and uppercase S for sprite sheet. Yeah, I've done like 70 something streams, but obviously I don't stream absolutely everything every day or anything. Cloth. Ooh, what's going on here then? I've done something wrong here. There's no cloth there. So this is img get ID. So eventually with this content cache, because I'll have all of the content in one place, like logically, I'll be able to write a hot loading system which should just work for all the types of content that you want. And then when I want to add new types of content, so like new types of data file, so right now it's images, sprite sheets, you know, prefabs, there's loads of different things, but I want to add new types of content. I just drop it into this system and it just works. That's the goal. Because there is already a content cache in the engine, but you know, I made a new content type, and then it was like, oh, it's quite a lot of work actually to make it work with all the hot loading and everything like that. So I've decided just to go back and give it another go and make it more so you could just drop in new types of content and it would work. So this requires the image as well. So in theory, you could make GTA 6 in this. You need to write a new renderer. The renderer is really 2D. You could make the first 2G, the first few. I don't know when before they went 3D. It's got like, you could make a quest heavy, dialogue heavy, cutscene heavy game 2D. There's no real support for dragging in 3D meshes or anything like that. It's all done with sprite sheets and 2D art and stuff like that. So we've got this thing called queued image. I don't really know what that is about. It's to do with removing Removing residency. So this is that's gonna have to happen in the loader rate, the hot loader. So and that means we don't actually need this queued image here. This should be handled from a little different area of the engine, really. Yeah, I mean, I do this stuff for because it's creative and fun. I've got, you know, not really any ambition to become a megastar game developer or anything. If I wanted to make really, you know, loads of good games, I'd just use Unreal Engine or Unity or something like that. Where were we? I love game technology. That's what I like. You know, I love games as well. I really like making game technology. Is this in a for loop? Yeah, but over sprite sheets. This one is in a for loop over grass cells. Well, we can just do sprite sheet get image, can't we? Yeah, we could do it as well. Gone past 9. Hey, how's it going? Can't do graphics in C++. Yeah. Yeah. You mean getting linker error, dealing with linker errors? Yeah. Oops. Can't find the path. Oh, right. You mean actually getting the actual lib files? Ah, yeah. Yeah, I have some weird stuff. We'll call it pics. Yeah. So you gotta like do that type of thing. I have some crazy long path to a lib file. Oops. Yeah, Visual Studio as well will sometimes, or MS Build or whatever, will sometimes just randomly give you linker errors. And then you like rebuild it again and there are no linker errors, which is annoying. Oh yeah, you're using CMake. I have used CMake before, but I'm not an expert at all. Almost all my development has been done in Visual Studio with their MS Build system. Sprite sheet image get bounds. See, what would be lovely is to load meta stuff. I don't think that's even used. So I could load the bounds without having to load the image. Queued image. Ah, so this is where it's doing reload artwork. Right, so this is something that needs to disappear because this is going to get used. This is going to get done outside of this in a new hot loading system that I'm going to build. So that could just disappear. Elixirs again. Oh, thanks for the follow. Yeah, if you ever want to talk about game dev or coding or whatever, really. Love talking about that stuff. Or game technology, making engines. Load these using the content cache, which is what we're doing now. We just need to do set sprite sheet type. Okay. wonder why that isn't actually loaded in. I need to build stuff. I wonder why that hasn't actually loaded in from when we actually load the sprite sheet. So we need to do this. Use Python all. Yeah. Yeah, it can be annoying. I had so last week I was looking for an image format which supports like floating point 32-bit pixels basically, and I found TIFF. So TIFF does that. So I downloaded tiny TIFF. I was going to integrate it into the libraries for my engine. But yeah, all that stuff, it was just like, as soon as you get into all that stuff, you know, where I was like, well, I have to build a library, and then I have to, like, I wanted to build it from source, but it just wasn't, tiny TIFF wasn't great for that. Like, there was loads of errors, basically. They've written it on Linux, I think. And there is a Windows version, but you've got to run, like, a bat file, and but then you've got to make the library. And then it's like, well, then we're into a whole different set of things there where I have to like make sure that this library is up to date and all that stuff. So I just scrapped it in the end. Like, coding just doesn't become fun when you start introducing all that. Like, I enjoy, so I just made my own floating point 32-bit image format, you see, which works fine. The only downside is if I did it in TIFF, I would have been able to open it in something like Photoshop and viewed the image, make sure it was right. But if I really need to see the image, I can make something in the editor to just load it as well. So it would be fine. So this removes a load of stuff from the residency when we destroy the sprite sheet. I don't think that's a problem. No, maybe we do want to do something like that. We kind of want to do this through the content cache though. Rather than through here. So the content cache needs like a remove image, a remove content. So all I'm going to do is I'm just going to say remove from content cache. What can the engine currently do? Right, so loads of stuff. Build and change levels, quests, cutscenes, dialogue, AI, like NPC behavior, like behavior trees. Can do things like I call them patrols. So you can send NPCs on patrols and they can walk around the entire game world. Have the contextually aware from where they are, so they can do different things in different areas of the world. using these behavior trees. What else? Quests, cutscenes. Everything's like there's editors for all of these things, and then there's like an extensive conditions and events system. So you can do things like they can all mix together. So dialogue can trigger cutscenes, which could trigger some behavior in an NPC to do something, which could then trigger them to go on a different patrol, which could then trigger anything, you know, like you have these big cascading things that can happen. So it's like really kind of, you can make really free, open games. Meant for kind of like RPGs, I suppose. I used to work at Lionhead. I did work there for not very long though. And that was a long time ago. In like 2008 or 2009. I worked there for a few months. But yeah, I went to university and came out of university and then realised I didn't really enjoy working in the industry. It was more of a hobby. So then I went off and did my own thing after that. So the game that I'm building is going to be a mix of all that stuff. It's going to be a quest-based, dialogue-based game where you can, you know, explore different planets, gather resources, take them back to your space station, create new gardens, and then the NPCs, because they've got all this, there's this behavior stuff built in, should hopefully react to the game world as you change it, and they should change as you change the game world. So the sprite sheet has a width and a height in it, which is interesting. So when we call get world bounds, we're using it. We're using the image, but it has a width and a height. Somewhere that gets set. So where do we actually... So it's on the right panel, I think. That just gets image width and height in pixels. So we'd actually need the image for this. Divide that by pixels per world unit. I don't like UI at all in C++. Haha. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Prefer using like a framework. Yeah, I've done a lot of stuff with C# and forms, and that's good. I enjoy that. I've written engines that have backends in C++ and then editors written in C#, and then they have a little interop layer so they can communicate to each other. The thing is, like, writing ground up UI in any language, so like from the ground up rather than using a framework, is difficult. So that's one of the reasons why I wanted to do it. Do you know what I mean? See if I could do it. And it is difficult. It's one of the most difficult things, I think, in like application level, systems level programming. This is interesting. We have one for a canvas, for a different canvas as well. And that's really just loading out the default pixel scale. Whereas this is using the one that's in the camera. And if it doesn't have a camera, it returns. For some reason, we'll probably be fine. UI's in Rust and it doesn't make sense, yeah. Yeah, like, it took many months to make the UI system. I'm actually going to, so in September, I'm going to just draw a line under pre-production, and I'm going to actually start making the real game. And the first thing I want to do is all the game's UI. So that's going to be well interesting. So this does need the actual image. Obviously, I've got a lot of UI written already. I've got like all the back end of it is written. So I'm mostly going to be working on visual appearance stuff. So, and obviously the back end of it is obviously the difficult bit. So it shouldn't be as nightmarish as making it from scratch. Because it will reuse all of my UI backend that I've got. So like, even in this, I've got a lot of UIs in the game, and then obviously a lot of UIs in the editor, but they all share the same backend. It's just the visuals that change. That's what we're doing here. Sprite sheet image hash. but their sprite sheets need to be a sprite sheet set. I'm not sure that's true anymore. I might just delete that. So image hash. All right, okay. Wonder why we're doing this. This is very strange. Oh well. Okay. So this is image ID. Not sure I need that. That is interesting. There's a lot of this. I think the sprite sheet editor was one of the first editors I wrote for this engine. So not a lot of the code is familiar. It's not really that big. 1600. So yeah, in theory, you should be able to solve any bugs that this causes. This probably will cause a bunch of bugs. Like, I wonder as well in the content cache if I should just evict textures that haven't been used for so many frames. I might actually do this because then we can get rid of this destructor. It doesn't really need a destructor, you see. And then in the content cache, we haven't written this yet, but we're going to do instead of that, evict content that is considered old. Right, that builds anyway. Let's see what crazy oh, editor asset types. Okay, that needs a full rebuild. Let's see how many bugs this has introduced. It shouldn't take very long to test out this spreadsheet editor, but we will test it out. I'll have a 2-minute break while this is building. I'll make a cup of coffee. We're back in 2 minutes. Right then. 15 more minutes to get this building. So you can map a 2D image to use as a sprite in a 2D image. So you can map in a 2D image to use as a sprite and presumably get the world boundary methods ID assume. To get one methods ID assume. No, it's okay, it's okay. I'll work it out. This. I think what this does is, so the ID is deterministic on the pixels in the image. So if I change the image in Photoshop, it gets a different ID. And then I can run the hash on the entire editor to test if any images have changed on the editor. I think that's how it's meant to work. I can't tell you whether this works or not, because this is a binary serializer. So like if I want to tell if the editor is any image has changed, I'll just run this function and it will give me a different number than what I've got. I think that's what you mean. If it's not, then just let me know. There's a bunch of things here in the content browser as well. No, it's no problem. It's no problem. Not entirely. So that must. So the undo redo system. I don't know. I don't know why I'm doing that. I'll have to figure it out. The undo redo system uses that binary serializer thing to know how to, if something needs to get undone, and to know how to undo to it and stuff like that. But I don't know why. I don't know why I'd need the image ID. I'm not sure. Content browser. This is the content browser. So this also needs to use. So one of the things is this pre-multiply alpha thing. We're currently not doing that in the content cache 2. So if I go to editor asset types for image, we're just loading it. So this is then part of the new thing that I'm writing. This is just how to actually make one of these given a file path. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go temp new pre-multiply alpha like this, and I'm just going to put note this is happening like sometimes we do and sometimes we do not want to pre-multiply alpha. That's going to have to get handled. Create sprite sheet tile content. So don't need to do this anymore, which is quite nice. Because that's just going to... This will eventually just use the content cache's image. So this can go away. And this... Shame we need another if. We're just getting a view of that image. So we're going to go auto new sprite sheet image. If there's not an image, we'll just continue. My const expert, continue. And then this new sprite sheet image thing. Again, that doesn't need to happen. Maybe none of this needs to happen. This is good. Don't have to read anything out of the file anymore. I mean, that's good because that is one of the reasons why I wanted this content cache, is to not have to keep reading stuff out of files. Head off in 10 minutes. End of the day. Alright, good. Let's try and get it built in, try and get it not crashing. And then maybe we can test it out. It should basically work identically to how it's worked before. That's the goal anyway, but it's using this new content cache system now. So I actually need to test the content browser as well. I'm beginning to think the content browser wants to be rewritten as well. So the content browser is where I pick the brushes that I've made. It's it's like a dialogue that I use to pick the brushes out. Maybe, we'll see. Ooh, I might have a bit more time. I meant to leave at 4:30, but someone I'm meeting is running late. Might be able to stay another 15 minutes. That'd be nice. Taking a while to build this. All right. Let's see what happens. So well, it seemed to work. Let's make a new sprite sheet. CC test sprite sheet. And then let's load in this guy. It seems to be fine so far. Let's load in copper edge grass. Let's make it grass. Let's load in a tree. Trees. Oak test tree. Let's make it a tree. So it is a tree. It's not animating. So this... I don't know if it does animate in the editor or not. This is meant... So when I make it a tree, it's meant to... The leaves are like blowing the wind and stuff. That would be quite nice. Let's see if we can explore actually doing that. Put it in the notes. Trees should animate in the sprite sheet editor. That would be cool. They're not currently. Or it's broken. So if I go... It's possibly broken because they're not animating in the game either. Oh, they are animating in the game. There's just no wind on the level. Maybe there's no wind on here. Oh, they are animating. There's just no wind. Just can't really see. So it actually needs a stronger wind. Or we need to be able to set the wind or something. So that note that I just made. They do animate, but it's not very windy. I can't see it. Okay. It seems to be working fine. Totally have to figure out how to get all this work, like framed animation. That's totally. I can't remember how to set up framed animation. Okay. Cool. Do you use forms or XAML when you use C#? When I've used C#, I've used the Windows Forms. Now I haven't used it for quite a long time, so maybe like 7 or 8 years ago. So if I was to use it today, I'm not sure what I would use. I'd have to have a look. Okay, cool. So that is not terrible. There's no crashes and everything worked. I'm going to check the content cache, the content browser cache stuff. This is a bunch of files that the content browser uses. What I want to do is see if it can regenerate them all without going wrong. Oh, it is doing it there. That looks fine. So this is a thing that I might want to remake. Maybe. We'll see. Okay. So what I want to do is not launch the game. So definitely fun. Yeah. I've done quite a lot of stuff in C#. I think it's a really good language. Okay, so what we want really is we want a way so possibly in the description, or we want a way to, if it's lazy, we need a way for it to tell the content cache that it's old. It's old. So images eventually want to go away. Like if you don't use them for like, I don't know, 60 frames, we want to evict it from the GPU. That's what we want to do. So we basically want Bull is old. really. Oops. I want to say true. Here's the thing, we might actually want to tick it rather than have his old construct on his old. Does that make sense? His old. We could do something like void on use. Or just use. And let this track whether it needs to be evicted or not. So this can have something like last used frame. And then use is just like last used frame is frame count. And then we need tick like that. And then we could just say if for more than 60 frames since we've been used, then we'll evict ourselves from the GPU. This is app, I think. So we'll plumb these in. So we need a couple more. Has on tick. Oh, has tick. And has use. So this is whether like the asset class has these things. So the content cache, when we call get content, we need to do if const expr I wonder if you should do it in here. We have this, we have an editor asset type. So we'll just say do it as a lambda maybe. It's going to be if const expert. So, okay. It's not the asset type that we want. It's the editor asset description of the type. If const expert call it. Well, these are pretty terrible names, really. This needs to be editor asset type has use. I think it's going to be too complicated for me this time of the day to do that in a lambda. We'll do it one at a time and then we'll get it out to a lambda. Editor asset type. So we'll do if const expert has use editor asset type set index dot use. So I don't think that is actually what we want. It's the desk. It's actually a bit simpler. Okay, so it is a bit simpler. That's the desk. Ah, I know what the problem is. This needs to, we need to pass in something here. Yeah. This is maybe not. We need to pass in something here so we can yeah, maybe it's not. Yeah. This is only really description. We need to actually pass in the instance we want to check. So it'd be like image like that. But also what we want is, we don't really just want the image. We want some things like, because we want to be able to keep track of the frame and stuff like that. So it's the asset itself, the editor asset type. It's this. So we want like U64 last used frame. And then what I might do is, to make it simpler, is get rid of use. Maybe we do go back to the is old. Let's try this. And then this actually gets passed in frame. Okay, so now this it's like this. It's like that. And then on the tick, which we don't do, we need to do this. So this is if not, if const expr not, and then whether we can use type return. Well, we'll just say if it has it, we'll get it. If editor asset desk type is old, passing in the asset. So is old needs to actually whether the asset itself is old. Last used frame. I think that's it. Quite hard with no IntelliSense. That seems to have worked. We do need to tick the content cache too, though. Tick it from the content cache. So if this is considered old, we need to do something. We need to like evict it. Like we need to know what evict kind of means. This is const. Must return a value. So return frame plus 60 is less than frame count. That's when it's old. All right, cool. So let's just run this. That's not a good sign. We definitely are ticking it, so if the editor asset description for this type is old, meaning we want images to say after 60 frames they're old, then we will evict them. Whatever that happens to be, we'll have to call in evict. The call into, we'll have to go like destruct one or something. Which will just basically evict it off the GPU. It won't remove it from the content cache. It'll just evict it off the GPU. We could remove it from the content cache. That might be not a bad idea, really. That might be a bit more work because we'll have to basically just free it back to the pool. So just remove it off assets and give that back to the pool. Probably do it at the end of the frame. Hey, Fu Manchu, how's it going? Hope you're alright. I'm about to head off, unfortunately. It's a shame. But I hope you're alright. Oops. So, if I delete this, in 1 second that gets called, which is awesome because we don't need it anymore, so we can evict it off the GPU. But that's going to have to wait for another day. So I've got to go. Kids at home. Oh yeah. It's hard, isn't it, when you got, like, I don't think your kids are that little, are they? But when you got kids at home, it's hard. Back to school tomorrow. Nice. Got another 3 weeks here. Back on the 2nd of September. Alright, a little note here. Here. This is where we are. Destruct and destroy. Destruct and remove from assets. List at the end of the frame. Right, that was a good stream. 6 hours 40 minutes. I'll be back on Thursday for another full day. I may or may not be working on this on tomorrow. I'm not sure, but I'll be back definitely streaming on Thursday. So yeah, see you.